Hi. Welcome to the stream. Happy Tuesday. How y'all doing? Hope y'all are having a good Tuesday so far and had a good weekend. Hi. I'm tired. How you? For anybody who doesn't know who I am, I'm a Stany. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress. I do tabletop stuff also. Um, and today we're going to be playing more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I'm hoping that we're getting close to the end of this. I think we are. I think we did a long stream of it last week. I think we did 7 hours instead of our usual 6. And we still haven't finished what I presume to be the final day of investigating. But we're getting towards the end of that. I think we just had to talk to Lana and because we had uncovered some disturbing things about how potentially Emma was involved in a murder. Oh no. So we have to do some interrogating to get to the truth. It's a very long case. Hey, drummer boy. I should say hello to everyone. You sound tired? I am. I got like 5 or 6 hours of sleep last night. I just have been having so much trouble actually falling asleep. Once I'm asleep, it's generally okay, but I keep having to wake up to an alarm because otherwise I'd sleep until like 4 or 5 p.m., which is not okay. I think the idea, Derek, is that not that she's a baddie, but that maybe she acted in self defense and did a murder, which they still consider a punishable murder, apparently, in Japanica. Anyway, let's say hello to all you lovely people. Hello, Dirk. Hello, Weirdy. Hello, Gummy Bread and HD and Sankard and Divine. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. I forgot finishing last week's stream. Oh no! Then you're gonna get some spoilers. Not buying it for a second. You know what? I don't either. clearly, clearly, I forget his name, but the Irish boy, the old Irish chief, he's clearly the responsible party. He's our Von Karma. He's absolutely the one who did it. And then he found evidence to implicate Emma and was like, well, that's why you can't tell anyone what happened and we have to fabricate evidence to protect your sister. It's clearly, yeah, it's totally Gant. I've had trouble sleeping for a long time, but I'm hesitant to give advice because I know there's lots of potential reasons for sleep problems. Yeah, I just struggle with insomnia sometimes. It's just been going on a lot longer lately than normal. I'm actually a little bit worried because I took melatonin for the first time like a week and a half ago. And ever since I took it like 2 nights in a row and then I'm like, I should not use this habitually. And once I stopped taking that, that's when I noticed like these sleep problems. So I don't know if that screwed me up somehow. With Buds pulling the strings behind the scenes? I don't know if I buy that. Anyway, hi everybody. Let's play this game. Let's play this game. I don't know what you mean, HD. Oh, different medical things happened. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. Day 3 investigation. We're almost done. Previously on Phoenix Wright, Attorny. We got evidence. Let's look at the evidence we got. Look at all this evidence! There's like 3 tabs of evidence. So we got the Joe Dark killings that were solved 2 years ago. There was manufactured evidence that put Joe Dark away and like basically resulted in his death. We also have this photograph of Neil winning the King of Prosecutors Award with Gant and Lana there. We have Neil's autopsy report where he was supposedly stabbed by this knife. We have a list of evidence with a drawing on the back of someone stabbing someone else. I think that's Lana's drawing. But it's not super clear of, like, obviously it's someone stabbing someone else, but it's not super clear of what. Should we look at this photograph? Nah. And then we found this piece of cloth in Chief Gant's safe. It's evidence of something, but what? It bears Emma Sky's prints. So, we got discovered in Gant's office by Gant. I can't remember what he did, but he was being super scary. I couldn't say because I was in Vodtown, but that knife was totally manufactured evidence. The real murder weapon was the halberd from the trophy. They broke off a knife and put it in the victim. Absolutely! That is, I said the same thing. Because, okay, we're looking at this photograph. It has the exact same shape. See? It has the exact same shape as the tip of this knife. And we know that the King of Prosecutors Award no longer has the halberd. You are absolutely right. He asked the girl to stay behind or something? Yeah, I just don't remember if we still... Did he want to question Emma? Was he questioning Emma? We'll find out. Anyway. The possibility of fake evidence makes this one so interesting. Yeah. Why did Phoenix agree to that? Because he's the chief of police. I don't think we had a say. I see. So the chief... There we go. We're getting our recap now. Thank you, Gabe. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story! I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. Sorry, I'm putting on a sweater. It's chilly in here. There we go. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Exactly. Wilma Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? But too late. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it though that Chief Gant's Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Dane Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Well, we have this evidence list. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Aye. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all of the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Oh! The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Oh, what? What? That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems I got the blood of the victim's on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? So she wasn't making it up, but Lana was stabbing a dead body. Is Gant the serial killer too? That would be a twist. That would be a twist. I don't know yet. We don't have evidence of that. At least not yet. We'll find out. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have had a field day with that. Stabbing dead bodies is still illegal, is it? But it's not murder. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what had happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, but I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. Hey, look, we're getting more of a recap. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything! Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Since we're finding the whole justice system is dirty, I wonder how long until Wright has to defend the judge from murder charges. I feel like they wouldn't do that. The judge isn't a colorful enough character for it. This is the defendant's lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Who's talking? Oh, it's Edgeworth. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of that 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. No. The only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much, that's why I came here. You hear what you have to say? This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Alright. Let's do this. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Archie! Back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one! Don't think I can top that? If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Haven't heard what she intends to say. I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What is this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what is your request? Your Honor, I'd like for you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like for you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening! It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Yes, Edgeworth! Thank you! Hey, Mr. Bad Guy. One moment, Your Honor. He is the best boyfriend ever.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. I suck! We've been on this case for a while. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Harvey. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Ms. Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Think I missed a streamer 20? No worries, Sock. You don't have to apologize for that. Hello.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Do we even get to do anything? Technically, we're not her defense attorney anymore. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. Did nobody hear the police chief threaten Edgy in court? They did, they just don't care. Because Japanica. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events once more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murderer of Detective Goodman.
Words. Thinking, brain, blah.
Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Next week's stream title, because Japanica. I mean, that's not inaccurate at all. Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Bill Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I, passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Okay, I guess we're... what? So she's refused us as the defense, but we're still the defense. Okay, sure. At least we still get to play the game. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. Like, that's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it on that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man? Yeah, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer? Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
So when he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Darks proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was like a lot of noise coming from outside, so like I opened up the door to have a look, and that's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after ceremonies.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then. But... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about like this time of year, and there was like a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but like just as the lightning flashed again outside, that sudden flash left an unforgettable image of that scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yeah, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yeah, but at the time the words just like wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
No, we're talking about everything. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. It's not lost. It's right here. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy.
All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, does it?
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this?
Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only prosecutors in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What?
Hey, Mr. Uppercase T.
Order! Order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
Hey, Kalan! Didn't get an alert on Twitch? Oh no! If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
No! Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? So, Your Honor, there's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! What?
That's... that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room!
We're listening to this song again! No! Clearly this is an act of vandalism, and the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was just out of scrap paper. No, Derek, don't wish that on me!
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Okay, before I do this, I want to look at the updated... Oh, I can't rotate it at all anymore. Hold on. Because no, I think she must have drawn that, right? Wait a second, wait. I was trying to see if we could see anything in here that would resemble that. It certainly does look like this thing, though. It's the new testimony music in the new games? No! Don't wish that on me! You're so mean! This is the picture I drew, like, 2 years ago? The flash of lightning was so bright, it was all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind!
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in like such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have still been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, like, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. Just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint.
Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture? Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is like the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well, yes. The answer is yes. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted on her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. I'm gonna save it. So I'm seeing a couple of contradictions, I guess. But it didn't, like, update her testimony. So I'm not sure what to do. So we have a couple of things. We have this weird symbol, which she didn't say, like, she said that the picture is exactly how she drew it. So then what the heck is that doing there? She also said that she got knocked over, but then why is Marshall the one on the ground? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Okay, that's wrong. So, where... Emma was upside down. I don't think that that's how that works. So we pressed her on everything. We didn't get any additional information. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. Is there any contradiction there? I don't think so. Doesn't look like that, does it? Yeah, I don't think that's the vase. It kind of looks like the vase, though, in a weird, distorted way. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the contradiction is. Let's just go. Clearly a contradiction here. What's the okay, so it's on this, there's the contradiction. What is it? Not shadows, but silhouettes. I'm not allowed. I don't have evidence of that, though. That or she's bad at drawing knives. I guess I could try it. Nope. I mean, the knife is already broken, but that's not what they want us to find here. You're right! Stabbed in the back! That's it! You got it, drummer boy! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
The way the victim's facing, right? I think it's, come on! How is it not this part? And that's clearly not his back. I mean, I guess this could have stabbed him in the back. Hold on, wait. Do that, I don't know. There we go. Okay, I found it. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. Oh, Derek, you and Drummer Boy both have it. Because he could have been stabbed in the back even though he's being held in the front. But the knife is not the right shape. Because it said the knife tip was left in the wound. If you look closely, you can see the tip's broken. Apparently.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See that murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Excuse you, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there unless it was planted.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Oh, not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Field Marshal questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gaunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. It's almost like it might be the broken halberd. Could there have been one? There is one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this! Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right there inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards. Oh, this is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! He sees it too. It's really funny when they scream.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Knows the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife! As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. And that tracks. That means that the guy she saw holding up the knife was the prosecutor, probably. Because if she got knocked to the ground when she was being held by Dark, it makes sense. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was a murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died!
That's true. What is going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it! Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. This music! Ah! All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First a knife mix-up and now the blue badger? Oh, this should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. And then just then there was another flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Oh, jeez! Ollie, hi! The character designs and the twists are so good. I can love these games. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination.
Who could cast a shadow like a badger? Gan's hair? I don't know.
Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of this matter. So before we push her on everything, I want to look at our evidence. What else could look like the badger? Yeah, that's what I was initially thinking. But it doesn't quite look right, does it? But it is broken and it has blood on it, right? So it has to be related somehow. I guess maybe, oh, you know what? This is gonna probably be a 3D rotation puzzle where we try to rotate it at an angle so it looks like the blue badger silhouette. I bet you that's what it is. I saw that man raise the knife. I panicked and ran to... Okay, let's just press her on everything. How you doing, Ollie, by the way? I hope you're having a good day so far. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
She panicked. Oops. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. Chilling out, prepping for more Spanish lockdown tightening. Oof. Yeah, same. I hope you are stocked up and it's not too rough. What do you mean by you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in the matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So what happened next?
Get paperwork for work travel and continue being an antisocial git. Fair enough. I wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Let's press her on that. Are you sure about this? Of course! See, like, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling like I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. I know, Phoenix. Jeez.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
I wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had these three creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh. Well, I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. It was Emma when she saw that lightning flashed. Who is this blue badger, really? I just might know. Blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Horns are never pointless. Wait, what if Gumshoe ripped this design from Emma's drawing? Probably did, yep. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright?
In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is the witness? What is it that you saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint!
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at- No, this freaking music again! I hate it! There we go. No! Oh, come on, that was pretty close. Allow me to remind the defense that the case hinges on the witness's drawing, and Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim. Oh, come on. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I gotta show him the correct angle. Gosh darn it. I thought for sure it was like this, though. Dang, come on. I was trying to rotate it and it... Alright. Alright. These now look closer, but this is way too tall. Is it this? How finicky is this? Stop jamming to this music! Also, this fiddly puzzle. Stop it! Gosh darn it! I keep hitting the wrong button. Some kind of handle? It's a broken handle. Oh my gosh, you have it! Because it's got the broken thing. Maybe? No, it's not quite working though. I'm so confused. This music! Ah! Infinite horrible music! Ah! I hate it. So I feel like it's gotta be something similar to this, right? This needs to be smaller, so that should be pointing away. I feel like it looks like this, right? But I tried this before and they said it was wrong, didn't they? I feel like this is the blue badger! Gosh darn it! What the heck is the correct angle then? Is it the broken horn? I hit the wrong button. Again. I'm just trying to rotate it like this and I keep hitting E instead of R. Nope, that's not right either. We aren't able- we have all of the vase. Opening straight back? I don't think that's right, though. Oh, just like this? That doesn't look right. Oh, I see! Wait, no, that's not right, though. Because that wouldn't look like the blue badger if this part was still there. And there isn't a part in the middle. Like, that we have to angle it so that this part makes the top, right? And it can't look like that. If that part was still there, then what? It would need to look like this. Because you can see, like, the handles are, like, doing the thing. Gosh darn it. I hate this. Because I've tried rotating it so this is in that position. I've tried a lot of this because you need to get like that curve of these handles. I've tried that though, Ollie. I feel like the blood spatter should probably be facing down because wouldn't that be the part that hit the body? But yeah, I've tried this one. I'll try it again. How exact do I need to get this frickin' thing, though, is the question. Finally! Ah, I hate this. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Can we just stop this music? Thank you. No, it can't be! It has to be super specific. Yep. Which is very annoying. They could have at least put the outline of the blue badger's head over the jar or beneath the jar so you could line it up perfectly. That would have been nice. Hey, Jathman, welcome, welcome.
Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Look on YouTube for the 10-hour loop of that song. No, don't do that to yourself. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Chat does it to you. I don't have to click on anything I don't want to. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
Found a half-hour loop? No! Why? It's so so bad. It's the worst song in the game.
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
No, HT, I refuse. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked onto the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah!
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked onto the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. This is... oh no! So this is why Lana's trying to protect Emma. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what is the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I think she's fainted. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved it so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
I mean, not really, considering the cases we've had so far.
What are you saying?
Sorry, I need a blanket. It's really cold today.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. Exactly. Exactly, drummer boy.
Yeah, I need to be comfy.
The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify, because we don't have any mediums. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? Call Maya, she's training!
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Gotta dash and prep for your own stream. Have a good stream, Ollie. Thanks for hanging. I mean, the possibility the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner of speaking or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. It's got to be in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
That's my badge. That's not what I want. Okay. So we've got this. If we check it, is there anything else going on here? No. We got Lana's prints. It's probably gotta be this, but that feels weird here. We've got the blood. Is it the blood on the jar? I think it's either the blood on the jar or the handprint. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten. This is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of these fragments is not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave him behind a message. Well, not someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jaw where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave behind for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. The murderer's name. Oh no, it looks like Emma though. No! It looks like Emma, no! 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 Spells judge? Hold on, wait. Is there any way to make this say Gant? There's no way to make this say Gant. It's and I knew it. I'm so sad. I don't want it. But this is the only thing I can do. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Maybe with the evidence out in the open, Lana can tell the truth. Maybe. Maybe God's first name is Emma.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye. Poor Emma. Poor Emma. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn ya. Chief Gunt, do you understand the implications of what you done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, weren't you? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but he used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we are defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing no man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone might say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death? How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 Order!
Jeez. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. People are sheep, they are. Though to be fair, these rumors, especially about Edgeworth, have been going on for 2 years. So, except for the devs always know. True. I need more water. All this voice acting. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Oh, it's Gumshoe!
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Oh, Gumshoe! Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
You always greet Gumshoe like he's a sitcom character. Oh, Gumshoe. I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you there, if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You can at least study some evidence law, really. Whatever.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. Also, I like that it has a cute little bird on it. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
It doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Dirk, you're so silly.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Miss Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death? And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Poor Emma, though. I feel so bad for her.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. I think I may have manipulated the witness.
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Well, I better save it then. We're probably gonna have to call Gant, right? The defense calls. It's time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. It's gotta be you. Take that! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right, bailiff, escort Mr. Gant to the stand, please.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant, and I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. All right, what's with that grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave, or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony.
Oh, I thought he was just gonna be ... And then... So he's not refusing. That's good, at least. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him on that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she'd already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems that Dark had bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was with that knife went through his heart, though. That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? Oh, it was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Hey, Critwitch! How's it going? How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable. No matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better start off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Alright, let's look at our evidence again then. Oops! I don't need to look at that. We're done with that for now. Oh! Let's look at our book of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. So... this piece of cloth, maybe? Wait. Ooh, interesting. I was assuming that this piece of cloth came from Neil's little vest thing. I think it might be Gant's jacket, though. And also, why was it in his safe? You withheld this evidence because it was in your safe. So we're gonna. There we go. Looked at my Twitch email on my 2020 activity. You were my most lurked in stream, and 2 of your emails were my top 3. I am really glad that you enjoy being here. Thank you for letting me know. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? And what is that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please. My top emote was a stain, yay! Yay! I think my top emote was lol, followed by a stain, yay. You know what? I'm gonna look. I'm curious now. What is my top emote? Where is this? 2020 Twitch recap. My top emote was lol. My second one was debated. My third one was a stain, yay. Use hey, lurk, and yay a lot. Hey, Silent Assassin, have a good lurk. You're my top streamer by over 2 times the hours watched to the next. Aww. Thank you. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Wright, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Oh no, not this again. Evidence law. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me how that rag is relevant to the trial.
It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance?
Oh, well, okay, I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, Reggie.
Thank you. I'm sure the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't nail you. Brother just texted me that he lost Wii bowling to both of his kids, 5-year-old and 3-year-old. Well, alright, let's see. What else could tie him to the current case? We have the evidence list that he never gave the prosecution. Nope. I guess we'll try this. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. It was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this?
Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Oh, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence you found in your office, and the relation to the forgery that took place in the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar, a fragment, and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ugh. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Haji. In return, though.
I know that place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Nope, they just have had a long relationship together. Alright, press him on everything. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have your proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Ugh, I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Actually, I can. I can prove when they were discovered. I just realized. Damn it! That doesn't work! I could, though! So here's my logic. The only way I'd be able to open this safe is if I knew the code to the safe. The only way I knew the code to the safe was because it appeared on here. And I only learned about that after this murder. Ergo, that's my proof, but I'm not allowed to present that yet. Okay, so let's press him on more stuff. do you mean by that?
All of this is purely hypothetical, of course.
Allie!
Ah, damn, I missed so much.
Thank you so much for the 3 months. Yeah, we are 2 hours in. Oh no, do you want me to tell you or do you want me to let you find out in the VOD? Because we learned some sad stuff. Oh no. We learned why Lana was trying to take the fall. And now we're trying to make Gant face the music. Tell me the sad stuff. Okay, so I gotta pull up the court record to explain. So Neil. When Lana drew, we found another half to this thing. Yes, that looks like the outline of the blue badger. It's not the blue badger. The music. We heard the blue badger music way too much. But anyway, we put this together. We realized the knife was broken, which made us realize that the guy holding the knife could not have been Joe Dark, the serial murderer who had grabbed Emma and they got knocked to the ground. She pushed this guy, but the only person that could have been was Neil. He pulled the knife from his own trophy to try to defend Emma. She pushed him, and he went back and knocked this vase, and he was stabbed by this knight and impaled on it. Which means Emma right now is looking like she's the one who was responsible for Neil's death. Yeah, I know! The vase went flying and knocked Joe Dark in the head. And then, yeah, it looks like Neil wrote Emma in blood on the surface. We connected the dots. E-M-A. She's already executed, probably. She is entitled to a fair trial. So, yeah. But yeah, Lana, we will defend her. I think we're gonna prove that Gant did both of them, though. I feel like she didn't do it and Gant's responsible for everything. A fair Japanica flash trial. Yeah, that's fair. Good correction there, Divine. Alright, let's see you in a bit, Sock.
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless.
are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right.
The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here.
But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. You remember that self-defense isn't murder? Good job, Judge. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Haji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. There we go. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, not his little sister, has it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Just means there was something in it for him. Exactly, Olsen. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No. But I can't think how it would help him. That means he wouldn't have helped out anyone. Relax and take a deep breath, Mr. Wright. Try to think outside the box. After all, that's what you're good at, isn't it? Think outside the box. I never thought I'd hear him tell me that. The question isn't who would the chief help. It's who would ask the chief for help. If someone did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person.
It appears the defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning?
I still feel like this handprint. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Dang it. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is the person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
The only person I can think of is Lana. Right? She sees what happens. She asks him for help. He's like, fine, but we're making you a prosecutor. How does he benefit from Marshall, though?
Marshall being demoted does not benefit him, does it? What benefits him is Lana Skye being chief prosecutor, which means that he has carte blanche to do basically whatever he wants because he has her compliance.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Pulled on my long nightgown tonight. Comfy and ready. Nice.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
This judge! Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Hey, Ori!
Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. This, impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright.
There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Let's do this, Edgy! Love Edgeworth on this case. I love it whenever, like, there's the let's work together to find the truth. It just makes my heart happy. Even though it's very unrealistic.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Well, shit. I don't know. Shit. The badge. Let's see. So we have Edgeworth's knife. We have this knife, which he was presumably stabbed with. Ooh, ooh, wait. The screwdriver. The screwdriver. Is it the screwdriver? It shows the puppeteering. He asks Edgeworth to bring it back so that Lana can go deal with the body. It's the reason Edgeworth went back to the prosecutor's office. I'm gonna go with it.
Well, Chief?
Nope. Shit. There are four times more pieces of evidence than other cases combined. There's a lot of evidence to go through. Well, anyway, we're gonna have to save it. So long as Raito here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too edgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you.
You always were quite the joker, weren't you?
Oh no, looks like I got it wrong.
Don't oops me! Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you.
I know it's hard with all that's going on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered that room. Oh! Oh! Oh, 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 oh!
I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good.
Alright, yeah, that's right. This.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean?
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search in my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth! If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for your evidence. Shows proof the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective into the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. The chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room.
Whose side are you on?
He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed your ID card earlier. You could really lent it to Detective Goodman. It would have been found on his body. Oh my goodness! No! Chief, Aji doesn't want to lose his golf partner. Feels that way.
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, he contacted Land at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you take this here dead body over to prosecutor's office. No, I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. Yes, exactly, Allie. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence!
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Screwdriver. This is how he moved the detective's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal from the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back, Judge! Why are you like this? You're supposed to be impartial! Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of a body being stuffed in a trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of a body being taken from the trunk. I think literally everyone in this game is being blackmailed. It's possible, but I think he's also just very, very biased towards the prosecution.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. His car could have been investigated at any time. He could have been easily framed as the killer. Yeah. I honestly thought that that's where this case was heading. Weapons! Like the right to refuse to testify. I am invoking that right now.
What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, do you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police.
Pretty sure the police chief doesn't decide when court's adjourned. In Japanica, he has the right to refuse to testify for any reason, apparently.
This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? I have to have proof. Proof has to exist. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I don't know if I have it, but I have to have it. What could it be? Better save first? I don't want to save here because what if the answer is not yet? I guess I could save it down here. I can't save it while I'm in this evidence thing though. Today we have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. When it was edgy, which is a shadow of a possibility. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, all we need is reasonable doubt. But no, we have to make it conclusive because it's us. So there's the knife. We know that that has to be the actual murder weapon. Which means the only way he could have gotten that was from the evidence locker. So I'm leaning towards the knife. And then we still have this. But I don't think it proves he murdered Detective Goodman. I think this is the only thing that makes sense. Unless it's a... okay, let's see. I'm gonna go through everything real quick. Better watch the video again. No! I'm gonna go with this. There's no evidence that it was, though, Allie. If we look at this, all we can see is that Bruce Goodman was making a lost item report. He didn't remember his badge number, and he didn't write down anything about what it was, so it's not evidence of that, even if that's true. So I'm gonna try the knife. Nope. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, okay.
What exactly is this?
It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? He's gonna penalize us. Yeah. That's fine, Sokka. I'm not asking for help. What happens if we say I have no proof yet? It's no use showing evidence if I'm not sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of our nation's law enforcement agency.
What? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Lana! I mean, her sister's already been outed. Who is she protecting now?
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
The defendant. Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Worst judge ever? He sober is.
Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh?
Oh. Interesting! He doesn't want her to testify. Hold on!
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Oh, listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. He's threatening her! In public! In court! There was one streamer who picked present evidence with only 1 HP and then he saved! Oh no! Since the correct choice is saying you don't have evidence and he didn't make any backup saves, he locked himself in an unwinnable situation! That's terrible, Jay. That's terrible, especially considering how heckin' long this case is. That's so sad. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? I will hydrate. Everyone drink some water. But especially me, because man am I using this voice. Just something to think about. Alright then. I got a lunch date to meet.
Oh, okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Judge! Can't you see that that's blackmail? Oh my gosh. Hey, Mundaruckus. If by water you mean tea, close enough. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's, something else, eh, pals?
Thanks to @BunnyFiendShoe for my sub gift. Flushed face, flushed face, flushed face.
Bunny Fiend, thank you again for the, what was it? The multi-month sub you gifted to Mundaruckus? Wi-Fi's acting up, oh no. Detective Gumshoe!
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry, I've always decided where I want to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted gully you used to work with.
Nominate Gumshoe as the new judge? He'd do better at it? Could he mean Maya?
So, looks like we're out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair, he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright.
Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
I'm positive literal gum on a shoe could do a better job as a judge than the actual judge. Gumshoe as a legal investigator is amazing. I'd love to have him as a sidekick, TBH. Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, her. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow, like, relieved. Relieved? Yeah, like, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, like, just to protect me. If I lay on my left side, Wi-Fi is dead, no connect. Oh, weird! Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was like all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame everyone, blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
If anyone would know about shutting themselves deep inside, it's our favorite tsundere. You're not even wrong. Hey, Kelsey!
Now then, will the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Ms. Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Ms. Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I will always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her! She's sacrificing herself because of me!
But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Alright, press her on everything. How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And? I mean, to be fair, it is true. She did stab him with a knife. She's not lying about that. It just didn't kill him because he was already dead. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana?
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor... Oh! Contradiction! That's what she found. Because someone else had already rearranged the crime scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by a dog? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies! All just to protect me.
So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the wound? And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason for Miss Sky moving the body.
I disagree with this. Because if it's shattered, how could he have written Emma on it? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Near Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
You have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in its final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Oh. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. He didn't write it. He did not write it. Gant wrote it. Gant killed him, rearranged the scene, and wrote it on the jar. She shoved someone into the knife, and I bet she shoved Gant.
Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. 3 hours late and the case is still going. It's almost like this case is really heckin' long. Hey, GTF. We're getting close to the end, though. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. The Avengers Endgame of cases?
Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
What? But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You are an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally, I would have. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No, if I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana! I only had a few moments.
There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a body of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. But we know she didn't. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. This guy. I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendants have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are far too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I was wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe it?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that? I mean, I'm sure it's nothing.
There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying that person was Chief Gant. I mean, at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. He certainly couldn't have done it, and I've known him for so long, and we're best friends, and we have brunch together and mimosas, and we go golfing, and how dare you try to pin this on this poor innocent Irish beautiful man?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Huh? You got excuses?
No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma had killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. His
sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies in order to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
How dare you? Wait a minute. What if... We're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap. We are! Phoenix, and he's finally on my page.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, Wright?
So then you, do tell foul lies, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But... Oh, wrong Skye. But... If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. No more take-backsies.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying on the floor unconscious nearby. I saw what had happened. I thought, she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. But you did get a book. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. But Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Then, let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Can I open it? The picture in the back, but I can't. There we go. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene? Oh wait, no, there's a piece of cloth missing that has her handprint on it, so he must have cut that out. Okay. It is his. Dang it, I thought it was Gant's. Nah, this changes things. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside the chief's safe?
What's this?
It doesn't have the same shape, though. This is a handprint, isn't it? God, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those are yours! Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Digging deep for my inner judge. Oh no. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Inner judge is still too competent? Yeah, you just have to say Lana clearly murdered him with the armor. Oh. We can't even cross-examine because this doofus is back. Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant!
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. Gah! Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. You're not on this case!
Yes, that's true. Wait! You mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? I mean, I tried to present it earlier. You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt?
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries, whatever.
Every single time I think this case is finally coming to an end, it's never going to end. This is our purgatory. I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? Let's save it. I think we have to. The one who shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. All right, the time's finally come to show them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who really murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's a piece of leather cloth?
Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. Oh! What if he got her handprint while she was passed out? He cut it out and then pressed her hand on it. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
Not tall enough to have reached it? I mean, I don't know about that. You can reach pretty high. I'm sure Raito has checked, haven't you? She's not strong enough to have shoved him onto the sword. I would agree with that.
Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Skies, Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But... give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have our killer.
No! No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana something, and then we got our guilty. Hey, we got a game over! Alright. So we need different conclusive evidence. Or we can maybe say cannot show evidence. So either we have different evidence to present. Let's try cannot show evidence before we go through all the evidence, because I don't think there is anything to present. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe! You know what it was inside! The conclusive evidence! I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, the answer is to make him prove that it was in his safe. Because then we can prove that he was hiding it. Yes, exactly, Drummer Boy! We have to... If we volunteer it, we're falling into his trap. We have to bait him out with it and say, yeah, we got it. No, we don't have anything. What do you think we have, and why do you think we have it? Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
And then if he introduces it, you can cross-examine on it? I hope so. You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Raito. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene. She would ask for my aid. But he isn't allowed to make any statements. Oh, but this is... No consistency in this game, Olsen. No consistency in this game. Hold on. Let's look at this photo again. The piece of leather isn't bloody. But he's got all of this. Look at this blood. Because, yeah, I noticed that earlier. Like, if this was the same piece of leather, he was killed already, or at least knocked unconscious. And then the piece of leather was cut out. He was impaled on the lance that the knight was holding. And then Lana's hand must have been pressed against the clean cloth. Otherwise, it would be covered in blood. Exactly! It was cut out before the blood spilled on him. Which means that Lana could not have pushed him into the night. She pushed him somewhere else. I'm guessing what happened is that Gant stabbed him with the knife from the prosecutor trophy. And maybe that only left a bloodstain on the back. And then... oh gosh, so he was basically stabbed 3 times. The joys of not remembering case details, I can still go, oh wait, yeah, it's really nice. Not when she saw the scene, she'd ask me for my aid. So, you assisted Ms. Skye. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dock convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What, do you take me for a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off of all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence...
What's to say you didn't fabricate this message on the jaw too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance. You mean the piece of cloth? Come on, Wrighto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Wrighto. You should have shown it there before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Okay, I think that was the wrong choice. I'm gonna load it. Go with the picture? I was thinking about it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered the prosecutor marshal.
I don't think that's right. Olsen.
Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please.
I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Oh, wait. Hold up. Hold up. We can go with that, though, because it's proof that Gant did it, right? I'm gonna go with the cloth. For sure. Because we already pointed out it doesn't have blood on it, and it should. So that's proof that she didn't do it, and because Gant hid it, it's proof he did. Hey, Nestor. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes! At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had this all the time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever's the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. I should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong is... Oops, I just tabbed out of the game.
Emma Skye?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skye!
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, and yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Look at this photograph. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. It's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. He did get it. He's learning. He's improving. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword? Ugh. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jaw with the victim's blood. A jaw that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only a moment ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Objection! That was close, Righto. You almost had me. I do have you. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order, order, what nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? No, I didn't though, because that wasn't, it didn't indicate she had done it. We needed the picture yet, right? Nothing is illegal in court. No, nothing is illegal as long as the prosecution does it, apparently. He's not technically on trial. Details.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But, like, that's not fair. You actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you admit to it?
Definitely not. It's not illegal. So that's it. Lana's being convicted. People are proven guilty in other people's cases all the time in Japanica. That's true. The only time people are proven innocent is when we take the wheel.
That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth.
No. I admit I refused to present it at that one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all.
This is why the judges are so incompetent, because the prosecutors just do all the work and then the judges just agree the whole time. Exactly.
Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
We've got our evidence law book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence must be presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
Don't talk about evidence law, hey Oreo. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes! No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. No, no, no. Okay, I'm done laughing. He's losing it. He's losing it. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. And he essentially shot himself in the foot by approving it. He did! He thought that he was getting Emma, but he got himself! Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me! Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report.
I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out.
Rux, thanks for following. Hello and welcome.
What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
He opened the evidence locker. And as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand this all over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just like pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of another way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did as the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what really takes to bring him down once you try to go it all alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear him already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. I hate this guy. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Aw, she's smiling!
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky!
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days.
Hanging by his tonsils! If only, Seb! If only!
Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
I just want to see those sisters hug!
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
You are not wrong, Judge. This trial has been so long.
Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky,
Not guilty. Confetti.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over.
Emma?
Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but like at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Oh, she didn't thank her. She didn't thank, Emma.
And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Gumshoe!
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals, again. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Like, don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess.
Sis?
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Hydrate, good idea, Kelsey. Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma.
Emma, hug! Hug that sister! Yes! Aw, so cute. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
We were already in the credits. Stop hiding and come over here.
Oh, Grumpy Edgeworth. Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Cat was right.
You despise criminals.
I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
One day you'll understand.
Oh, believe me you will. You're just one man.
You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone. But you're not alone. That's the thing.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth?
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Cat did.
I don't think so. You're so committed to the truth. Be our partner, Edgeworth, professionally or in life. You know, you choose. He would never become a defense attorney because he hates criminals, though.
That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
Yay!
You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this? A pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show what Lana's talking about. What did he help? He helped us with something. What was it? Evidence. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I mean, we put this evidence list together. Is it that? Yeah, it's this! That's the picture I drew! Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Farewell until dinner tonight. Scientific investigation? It's also got a cute little duck chick on it. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
How long is this case? Huh? What is it, detective?
It's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay?
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are like a different story, so I don't know.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill, so.
Huh? Huh?
Well, you think I can afford it with just my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
What? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, it's like a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Oh, jeez. Okay, we did it. That case is so long. Ugh. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to do things. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top something. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. GFG, thank you. We're gonna take a break after these credits and then we'll start the next one.
Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
He's such a lovable doof. Because he's gum on your shoe, yeah.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make a detective. Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
At least they're not playing his song. I don't understand why its movement is so laggy. Oh! I'm glad to see that thing finally break, honestly.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with something? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, seems. Well, cowboys, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water.
Fall over, break, never come back. Ugh. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left, anyway. He said he's been doing a something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go.
You're so incompetent. Here's the thing, though. If the judge was competent, we wouldn't have half of this game. Part of the game exists because he's so incompetent. Thanks, Nestor. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mr. Kamaya, afternoon training's about to start.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. like the sprinkling of these post-credit scenes in the credits. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
What is going on? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Aww. It's so cute. It's so cute. In the original DS version, you could spray the touchscreen and then blow it. That sounds fun. That's why that case is worth it. Bye, Emma. Okay, wait. So do I go to new game? And then I click the second game. Okay, that's how we do it. All right. It reveals some cool art. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna be right back. Alright, so we are going to take a brief break and then we're going to come back with Justice for All. So let me get some music going. If you've been here this whole time, this is a good point to get up and stretch your legs. Get a drink, get a snack, or go to bed. Are you going to keep playing this game series? Yep, we're actually going to be starting the next game in just a few minutes. Even today, yeah, I do 6-hour streams and we've only been going for 4 hours. Nestor, thanks for following. So yeah, we're going to be starting Justice for All in just a few minutes, but we're going to take a brief break, get up and stretch, do some walking, refill our water, and get ready for the next game. I'm looking forward to it. Even though I get real mad at these games sometimes, I love these games so much. They're so heckin' fun. So yeah, I'm going to put on some music, we're going to roll a couple ads, and I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. And we're back. I hope y'all had a nice break. I got a snack. I also filled up my water, which means I'm ready to go for our next game. I need to just update the game in our game directory. Let's do that real quick. I think it's Justice for All we're doing right now, yeah? I think so. All right, let's do it. I'm excited. The Lost Turnabout. Man, there's so many turnabouts. Ugh, how did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh, wait. Oh, it's the judge. Never mind. What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
What a nightmare. I bet it was this ringtone that caused it. I really shouldn't be dozing off right before the trial starts anyway. Huh. Looks like they hung up. Ah, good. I finally found it.
Talk about a close call. I hate to do this to you, but... It's nothing personal, Mr. Attorney.
I don't know if we'll keep that voice for him. We'll see. You're no longer a simple defense attorney. You're a complicated defense attorney. That tracks. Ouch, my head is throbbing. And why does it feel so foggy in there? Good morning! Good morning? What's wrong? You don't look well. People are at their best the first thing in the morning. Where's that fighting spirit? Sorry, but can you please turn the cheeriness down? My head sort of hurts. Roger that! Am I in trouble or something? Huh? Trouble? Wait, never mind. You're a policewoman, right? I thought maybe I had done something wrong? Well, what are you talking about? I'm the one in trouble. I'm a cop, also a bird. What? I'm placing my life in your hands today, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Life in my hands? Oh no, we forgot everything. You promised me. You said you'd prove I was not guilty. Not guilty? Just when I thought all hope was lost, when all the other lawyers had laughed me off. Leave it to me, you said. You, the one and only Phoenix Wright, came to save the day. And just like that, I was moved to tears, sir. I'll never forget what you're doing for me, ever. What is this girl babbling about? Actually, I really love to watch court proceedings, and I always root for you to win. When I'm off duty, I like to come here and... What's wrong? You've been acting really strange, and you keep staring at me. You're making me kind of nervous, sir. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So... This might sound bad, but, Who are you? What? Mr. Wright, how can you say that? Gotta quit drinking after 10 years in front of the judge per case. Did she commit a crime just so she could be your client? I certainly hope not. How can you do this to the fragile heart of a girl about to go on trial? You're absolutely horrible. No, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Is this how a defense attorney treats his clients, sir? I can't believe this. No, it's just, well, I think you have the wrong person. Yes, who am I? Why am I drawing a blank? Oh no!
The trial will begin shortly. Will the defendant and her lawyer please proceed to the courtroom immediately?
Well, I guess this is how they explain why they have to re-explain the rules of lawyering to us. The trial's about to start. I'm counting on you in there, okay? I guess I must have amnesia? Let's see, what can I piece together? From the sound of things, it's probably safe to say I'm a defense attorney. And that girl, I said I prove her not guilty. I can't believe I made such an irresponsible promise. Someone please! Tell me this is just a bad dream? Why did I get the feeling that this is one dream I won't be waking up from? Oh my goodness, new music! Curse those fire extinguishers of selective amnesia! Curse them!
Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Are you talking to me?
Do you see any other defense attorneys here?
I guess not.
Now then, are you ready?
Even if it doesn't matter whether or not I'm ready. It's also yes. I guess I should say yes for now.
Are you ready, Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor. Wait a sec. If her life is in my hands, I should really do the responsible thing. Actually, you see, Your Honor, my memory's kinda...
The court will not hear the defense's excuses. Because the defendant is a member of the police, this case is under great scrutiny. Therefore, we must make this trial fair but swift. I believe I have told you this before. I hope you're not telling me you've forgotten.
Actually, I have.
Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please.
Yes, Your Honor. As I'm sure you're well aware, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. What's worse, her lover was a fellow police officer.
A policeman? You did what to a policeman? It wasn't me! And besides, Dustin and I, we weren't lovers like that.
In any case, the prosecution will prove that the guilty party is none other than the defendant.
Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness.
It's been a while, Mr. Wright.
Need you for an AR vocalist to do a game together with voices? It'd be Chef's Kiss. I'm not sure I know who those people are, but doing a game with other voice acting people would be real fun.
Let's see what you learned since last time. I won't show you any mercy this time, rookie.
Okay. Who are you again?
The prosecution calls Detective Dip Gumshoe to the stand.
Here we go. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. Nowhere to hide. I'm so dead.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh gosh, I've just realized these voices are going to be really hard to switch between. Oh, well.
My name is, Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. You don't look very well, detective. Well, sir, the defendant, she works under me, so, you know, it's just kind of awkward, you know.
You work under that detective? Yes, sir. And while I was a trainee, he always was watching out for me, sir. He's such a wonderful guy, sir. I'll never forget what he's done for me. Okay, calm down, I believe you.
Detective Gumshoe, please describe for us the details of this murder. Yes, sir. It happened at the park near the headquarters, Expose Park. The victim was one of the local cops, Dustin Prince. He was pushed down from the benches up on the upper path, sir. The landing beat his body up bad, snapped his neck, you know the drill. The details are listed in the report that was distributed yesterday. Ah, yes, this autopsy report, correct?
Why do I not remember getting a copy?
I see everything is in order here. Even the estimated time of death is unusually well documented. The victim's watch stopped from the impact of the landing, sir. The result of the autopsy confirmed the time of death. If I may, Your Honor.
Yeah, Detective Gumshoe, great guy, awful detective. That tracks.
The prosecution would like to submit this photograph. Very well, the court accepts it into evidence.
Alright, the victim fell from the walking path above. Broken clock? In my ace attorney game, well, I never!
Now then, I recall at yesterday's preliminary hearing, a very important piece of evidence was brought to our attention. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess.
Mr. Wright, is your head on right today?
No, I have amnesia!
There's a very crucial piece of evidence found under the victim's body.
Okay, was there? Have you lost your mind?
Well, actually.
It's just my nerves. Give me a second. What? How can you talk like such an amateur? I thought you were a pro, sir. Alright, sir. I'll help you through this. At a time like this, maybe you ought to take a glance at the court record. Court record. Yep. Info about evidence and people involved with this case are all listed in there, sir. You can look at the court record by pressing tab. Let's do that now. Okay. We have a cell phone in our pocket. Don't remember what it means or how it got there. We have the autopsy. Broken neck. Body was covered in bruises. Found under the victim's body. Pieces of nearsighted lenses were found nearby. Oh, are those her glasses? Maybe that's why they think it's her. And then we have the photograph. Let's take a closer look at this photograph. If there's anything weird about it. His finger like this. Is he trying to write something? Is he trying to write something when he died? Maybe. Oh, so this says 6. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Oh, that's a 7. Never mind. Okay. So he was found like maybe a half hour later is when this photo was taken. Okay. Tab, huh? You really know what you're talking about, don't you? It's too bad I'm a cop, right? Just think, I could totally be a legal aid instead.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court is in session. Save your chit-chat for later.
Sorry, Your Honor. Well, I guess I'd better check the court record and see what I can find. What was it again? Tab? I've already done that.
Alright, Mr. Wright, let's see if your notes are in order. What was the piece of evidence found underneath the victim's body?
Glasses. That's simple, Your Honor. A broken pair of glasses. There's some texture, something by his finger, so I believe you might be right about that writing. I mean, it looks like it. It's just a weird way to land.
That's right. The victim grabbed his killer's glasses as he was being shoved, sir. And he held on to them as he fell.
Oh, maybe... Okay. Hey, and why are you giving me the evil eye? Those glasses you're wearing. Yes, this is my spare pair. But these glasses they found on the scene of the crime are not mine, I swear, sir. You sure about that? Look, it was a coincidence that on the same day I accidentally stepped on mine. A coincidence, she says. Ugh.
Your Honor, I have further evidence to present.
Oh, you have more.
And this evidence is very decisive.
Very well. Let's hear from our witness about this evidence.
There's something even... This sad music, oh my goodness. My evidence is the most decisive. Hey, Galactic Encoder, how's it going? There's something even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body, sir. Especially since, you know, we can't actually prove that those are her glasses or whatever. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench area, but he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. With this piece of evidence and the glasses, it's hard not to say she's the culprit.
This is a picture of the writing, Your Honor.
Why, this is... Yes, I can see her name is clearly written here.
Wait a second. Wait a second, though. Can I see... Hold on. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's not the spelling of her name.
The prosecution would like to submit this picture.
How would he not... Like, if they were... This doesn't track. If they were dating... Like, if they were, like, lovers or whatever, wouldn't he know how to spell her name? The spelling in the records is wrong and gets fixed. Oh, no. Different spelling. You caught him in a trip-up. Contradiction.
Understood. The court accepts it into evidence.
She says they aren't lovers that way. Exactly. But that's what the prosecution's putting forth. So this is definitely suggesting that, if nothing else, they didn't know each other super well. And if they did, then why would he misspell her name? Maybe, I don't know. As if the glasses alone didn't make you look suspicious. The victim even wrote your name clear as day on the ground. But, I already told you those glasses aren't mine. And how do you explain his dying message? It's a conspiracy! I'm not guilty, sir!
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Cross-examine? This is it. I'm counting on you. Sure, but what am I supposed to do? What? This isn't like you at all! Normally this is the part where you get in the witnesses' faces. Get in their faces and do... what? I guess there's no way around it. Okay, I'm gonna lend you a hand. The prosecution's witnesses all hide things from the court, which means they lie from time to time. Lie? But isn't that detective your superior? Well, even if they don't mean to lie, sometimes people just remember things wrong. Like that detective. He does sort of look like a scatterbrain. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's bad for us, sir. That's why when you question your witnesses, you have to find and expose their lies.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Talk about trial by fire. Here goes nothing. As long as I can expose the lies, we should be all right. I kind of miss the music from the first game. About those glasses. Do you have any proof that those belong to my client?
The lenses are for nearsightedness and are almost the same strength as hers. Even the frames look kind of like the ones she's wearing in her ID, pal.
What should I do now? Hold it. Almost and kinda are not good enough in a case like this. Do you have more definitive proof? Is there something that clearly links the defendant with those glasses?
The dirt and sand rubbed out any traces of fingerprints or anything else.
So what you were saying, detective, is that you have nothing that proves those glasses are my client's.
Something like that.
What?
I see. So there is no proof.
Wow, that was amazing! I could totally feel it down in my gut. All right, let's go ahead and save. Boop. Now, you're sure he was pushed and that's how he fell?
Yeah, pal. If you look at the wounds on the victim's body, there's no way it was anything else. Please continue with your testimony, detective. Anyway, the victim fell pretty far.
The culprit's name?
Yeah, I was surprised too. I didn't want to believe it, but...
What was the name that of my client? Are you absolutely certain?
Sorry, pal, but that's what it said. This is a picture of it. No matter which way you look, it still says Maggie.
He's got a point. Hey, hold on! Huh? Don't hum me! I know the picture says Maggie, but... Now that she mentions it, something does feel kind of odd about this picture. That's how you know you found a contradiction. Now hurry up and present some evidence! So that's what spotting a contradiction feels like. I better check the court record again. Alright, let's save it again. Boop. So can I... What? That's not what I meant to hit R, and I hit the wrong button. This is gonna happen a lot. So we need to present, and then hit R, and then present this.
What is it?
Yes, this is why you save. What's come over me? Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. And yelled it at the top of my lungs, finger outstretched, ready to take on my opponent. This is the first case of the game, Galactic Encoder. We just finished the first game and we're starting the second game. We got conked in the head by a fire extinguisher. Now we have amnesia. So our client is teaching us how to do cases, just in case it is the player's first case as well. What a rush. Detective Gumshoe.
You talking to me, pal?
Please state the defendant's name for me.
What are you trying to prove with this futile exercise, Mr. Wright?
You'll see, this is a very crucial line of questioning. Actually, Mr. Payne, you can answer. The defendant's name, if you please.
Oh, where is this ridiculous question coming from? The defendant's name is Maggie Bird?
I think someone needs to check the court record.
What? It says right here that it's Maggie Bird. Ah!
Oh, it looks like the bird caught the cat napping.
What's going on here?
I have no idea either, sir.
As you can see, the victim did indeed leave a name, Maggie, with an IE. However, the defendant's name is actually spelled Maggie with an EY. This is a blatant contradiction of the facts.
Oh! How about that? I hadn't even noticed. But maybe the victim didn't know how to spell her name correctly.
May I remind you that it was you who said the defendant is accused of killing her lover? If they were truly lovers, it would be impossible for him to not know her name.
No!
When do you ever notice anything, Gumshoe? Poor Gumshoe. Not that he doesn't deserve it, but still.
This is very true. Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you absolutely certain that the defendant and the victim, Dustin Prince, were in fact lovers?
Yes, I am quite certain, Your Honor. They were a well-known couple in the police force.
Detective Gumshoe, please testify for the court the relationship between the victim and the defendant.
Yes, sir. Officer Prince and Officer Bird have been going out for like about half a year. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage, so, you know, the day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. Maggie, Officer Bird, had gotten Officer Prince a present. It was something she had bought over 2 months ago. I should know, because she came to me to ask what she should get for him.
Oh, those two sound like they were close.
Nevertheless, tragedy struck.
Yes, I see. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright.
Alright, press on everything. How do you know about this?
Every year in March, we have a training camp for us cops. Officer Bird was a rookie at that time, and she and Officer Prince seemed to, just hit it off.
They got close, I take it.
Actually, I was supposed to go too, but, I couldn't pay the deposit for the trip, so I didn't.
Oh, why he's always broke, poor bean.
If only I had gone on that trip.
What is it?
Oh, nothing, sir, really, anyway.
Aw, does he have a thing for her? I think he's got a thing for Maggie. Aw. Marriage? But wasn't the victim 8 years older than her?
What? You saying a guy's gotta marry someone the same age as himself, pal?
No, that's not what I meant at all. Oh yeah, he's definitely got a huge crush on her. Detective Gumshoe and Dustin were only a year apart, you know? Ugh, I think this fella has a ways to go before marriage.
Mind your business, pal.
The day of the incident, you mean September 6th?
Yeah. The victim, Officer Prince, had just gone off duty at 5:30 p.m. that day. And since Maggie's night shift hadn't started yet, they went to the park for a bit.
I remember when I was young and in love. Oh, it was a jolly time.
That's great, Your Honor. I'm glad you're such a cheerful old man. You seem to know a lot about the defendant.
Well, that's because I'm her boss and I gotta watch out for my subordinates.
But even what she was going to give as a present, isn't that going a bit too far?
Hey, pal, watch what you say. I know everything that happens under me. If someone so much as scratches there...
I really don't need to know that much.
Mr. Wright, please refrain from badgering the witness.
I agree. Even if this witness has a crush on the defendant,
even the judge can pick it up.
That should not be the point of discussion at this time.
Oh, whoa, wait a second. Why are we talking about this? It's all your fault, pal. You're guilty, guilty, guilty. I should have you arrested.
I think the good detective is about done here. Over 2 months ago.
Yep. She's a very considerate woman, pal.
So, what was his birthday present?
She got him a glove.
A single glove? Why would she only give him one?
Actually, Your Honor, the glove in question is a baseball glove.
Oh, I see, a baseball glove.
Officer Prince was a huge baseball fan.
A baseball glove? Just now, I believe you said the present was something she had bought over 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Are you saying she bought the glove at a store that far in advance?
Nah, nothing like that, pal.
Then what is it like?
She ordered it. It was custom made.
Custom made? The glove was custom made?
Yep, that's what I said.
So the glove was custom made.
Your Honor, I really don't see how this glove is related to this case.
Why does the prosecutor know that the glove was a baseball glove? I don't know. Maybe it was like in the initial questioning before they brought it to trial. I don't know.
Yes, it would seem that there is little relevance. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Do you think this glove is really relevant to this case?
Yeah? I don't know where this will lead me, but of course it's relevant. That glove is the key to this whole case. Yes! Bluffing to the max! Now this is the Mr. Wright I know. I'm so happy you're back, sir. I was wondering how long it'd take. This is great! Pressing people. It feels like I've done this before. As if I used to do this to squeeze information from even the most tight-lipped people.
Very well. If you are that convinced, then let's hear some more about the matter.
Actually, I brought the glove with me today. And?
Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and show the glove to the court.
Well, I didn't think it had anything to do with this case. It looks like a bunch of bananas.
Anyway, this is it, sir. It's a rather yellow, isn't it?
Officer Prince really liked the color yellow.
And that's why you had to special order it? Yep, that's right. That and one other reason.
I think this court has heard enough. It is clear that the victim and the defendant were involved with each other.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Now, if that is true, it brings up an important question. Was the name Maggie really written by the victim?
I see your point, Your Honor. Detective Gumshoe, please tell the court a little more about the name on the ground.
Yes, sir.
We first looked into the handwriting. Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. Next, we checked the victim's pointer finger. We found that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. There were also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. From this, we could confirm that the victim wrote this name with his right hand.
Wait, though. But isn't he left-handed? Wait. Because this is a right-handed glove, and that goes in your offhand. So his pitching hand would be his left hand. So he's definitely, one, left-handed. And two, someone probably took his finger and wrote Maggie with it. So it looks like he wrote it, but didn't. I mean, obviously, I could write something with my left hand, but it'd be a lot harder. I was trying to think why
why that baseball glove would be relevant to the case.
Yes, a perfectly logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Didn't notice the right-handed glove? Detective Astaney, on the case. Since when does the judge have a shred of intelligence? Maybe he's better in the second game. We'll find out if it holds up. But can you really determine handwriting based on a sample written in sand?
This is why amateurs are amateurs. We're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Scientific investigation in this country is actually pretty good. I believe it's time to get back to the real point.
Agreed, Your Honor. So what was the result of the investigation?
So in the end, you couldn't confirm it.
Hey, don't you look down on us. I told you, we're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Everyone knows you can't find out everything you want with scientific investigation. I've never heard that before.
Me neither.
Nor I. I never heard anything like that at the police academy, sir.
Okay, so I made it up anyway.
His pointer finger.
You know, the one you're always pointing and waving around in people's faces?
Don't tell me it bothers you.
Every time you do it, I have a mini heart attack. It's like you're trying to kill me, pal.
In any case, you examined the victim's index finger, correct?
Yeah, we figured there should be something on his finger if he'd been writing in the sand. And the results.
Oops. And what does that prove?
Well, it proves that he did write the name with his own finger.
Or someone wrote it for him with his finger.
Yes, which explains why there is sand stuck under his nail.
I guess he's right.
And there's more.
Scratches on his skin.
Yup, you can't see them with your naked eye, but they're there. That is incredible. Sure is, that's the power of scientific investigation. They're so small we had to use a magnifying glass, like a really strong one. It's got that really scientific sounding name.
You mean a microscope?
Yeah, that's it. We used one of those, and that's how we found him.
I can't believe this guy doesn't know what a microscope is. From someone else holding his hand to write with. Exactly! Are you absolutely sure?
I believe in the power of science.
I wonder if my evidence is solid enough to counter with. Listening to this, you would think there was only one conclusion. That the name was definitely written by the victim. But don't you think that would be really strange, sir? If Justin really wrote that message with his right hand, you think I would have gone through that much trouble to get him a present? And they're giving me a hint about the present. Because they want me to notice that it's the wrong hand. Alright, let's drink. Everyone hydrate. Detective Gumshoe, take a look at this.
That's the glove, right?
Could you tell the court what is special about this glove?
What's special? I never really thought about it, but it's really yellow, and that's about it.
Yes, it's really yellow, but that's only one of its qualities.
Huh?
There's another reason why it's special.
And what would that be?
It's very simple. This glove is made for a left-handed person.
Left-handed? Why, you're absolutely right. This glove is made to be worn on the right hand.
That's why it had to be custom made. I've never seen a bright yellow left-hander's glove for sale. Have you?
Well, no.
So, detective, which hand did the victim use to write the name with again?
Well, that's easy. Look, it's obvious. From the picture, it was his... wait a sec!
Don't forget that the victim was left-handed.
Ah!
This is... object...
Overruled.
This judge! Oh my goodness, did something happen to this judge?
Mr. Wright, I would like to know what your line of reasoning proves.
There's only one conclusion that can be drawn. A left-handed person could not have written a message with his right hand. That's not true. They would have just written a bad message. Therefore, this person who wrote the name Maggie could not have been the victim. Has he ever overruled an objection before? I think so. Would not have written? Maybe. I mean, it looks like he landed on his left hand, so if his right hand was the only one available, and they had written it like in a much shakier way, then maybe. Can I say he's definitely overruled our objections, I'm pretty sure. How's it going, Manic, sir?
Order! Order! When you think about it that way, then yes. It is not possible that this name was written by the victim himself. Then that means Maggie is...
No, it's not possible!
Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
The evidence the prosecution has presented has failed to prove the defendant's guilt. In fact, I believe you have proven her to be innocent.
No!
Oh, right, you did it, Mr. Wright. Oh, I feel like I can breathe again. Looks like you're wrapping up this case nicely.
It seems that we have reached a conclusion.
Oh, man, someone's gonna object to drag this out. I know it.
You did a fine job once again, Mr. Wright.
He has so much respect for us now. Holy crap, it feels weird. Me, Your Honor? Oh, well, thank you, sir. See, you got complimented by the judge again. You're really good. And that's why you can't give up being a lawyer, sir. Are you joking? I'm more than ready to retire.
I will now announce my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird.
No! Not yet! I mean, please, give me a few more minutes, Your Honor.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Payne?
The prosecution is not finished yet.
What do you mean?
We would like to call our next witness to the stand. What?
And what did this witness witness?
The moment the victim was pushed to his death. What's more, he saw the very face of the culprit.
What the heck? And before this is all a dream sequence, you know, that would be funny. The judge is still incompetent, but we're dreaming that he's like reasonable and intelligent.
Order! Order in the court! I believe a recess is in order. Afterward, we will hear from this new witness.
I had a feeling that was a bit too easy. I need more information. I'll have to see what I can find out during this recess. Can't let my guard down. It's only going to get tougher from here. Yeah, we just started the second one. Welcome back, GTF. What happened to the judge? Did someone hit him on the head and make him competent? What happened?
Court is adjourned for recess.
To be continued. Amnesia? I can't believe my lawyer's trying to defend me in such a state. Why didn't you tell me, sir? I'm sorry I didn't mention it to you. Oh, I know what to do. I heard you can fix something like this with a really strong shock to your system. The judge hit Phoenix with a competence-stealing extinguisher. Come on, lower your head a little. A Maggie kick should be all you need. Oh, no. I'm gonna pass on that one. Come on! Oh, I'm sorry. Whenever I see someone in trouble, I have a hard time leaving them alone. I tend to stick my nose where it doesn't belong and try to tackle everyone's problems. Well, my head's one problem you won't be tackling today. Well, we're here to solve your problem first. We can deal with mine later. For now, do you think you can fill me in on a few things? Of course, I'd be honored to. Well, I guess we'll start with my name then, and I can tell you about me. No, that's okay. Really, I think I know you and your name pretty well by now. I was wondering if you could help me figure out a few things about myself. So my name is Phoenix, right? What a weird name. This is serious. You really don't remember. I'll tell you what, sir. You can have this back and maybe it'll help. This is a business card? I got this from you. It's my most prized possession. You can borrow it for now, but please give it back, okay? Okay. There's some numbers written on the back. Oh, that's your cell phone number. My business card, I handwrote my cell phone number on the back. I think I know what's gonna happen here. I have a feeling that the phone that we have is not our phone. Because we're getting our cell phone number as a clue, which means the phone's not our phone. I guess for now, we should stop talking about me and start talking about this case. This case? Yep. Can you think of anything that would be helpful for me to know? What can I tell you? I can't think of anything other than the incident with the cell phone, but... Cell phone? Yeah, your eyes lit up when we talked about it at the detention center, sir. Hurry up and tell me! This might be very important. Okay, Roger. It was on the day of the crime, just before 6 p.m. I picked up a lost cell phone while on a walk with Dustin. All of a sudden, the phone began to ring. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm so glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. We're right there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. We agreed to meet up at 6 p.m. Disintegration, thanks for following. Dustin and I waited for the person to show up, but they never did. So where's this phone you found now? I gave it to you yesterday. Huh? To me? Is that the phone in my pocket? You mean this? Do you think it has anything to do with the murder? I don't really know, but if my eyes lit up... I don't know who this is. You were here all along! You're so mean! I called you 1,000,000 times, but you wouldn't pick up. And when I went to check in the courtroom, everyone had already left. Who the heck is this? Let me guess. I'm supposed to know this girl too. Hey, good morning, Maggie. And good morning to you, Maya. So how's it going? Is there a word for worse than abysmal? Oh, and what if I said that everything will be fine? Also, yay, we have Maya back. That's right, it's Maya to the rescue with the ultra-decisive, super important evidence. Here you are, Nick. That thing you wanted me to bring. Huh? Oh, well, thanks. What the heck is this? A list? It's about 20 people's names and phone numbers written on it. It was kind of tough, but I managed to dig up some dirt. It looks like these guys are up to no good. No good, as in... There's a group of con artists. The police are currently investigating them. I think these guys are members of that group. Why would a group of con artists pop up in a case like this? Don't look at me! And where'd you get this list from in the first place? What? Don't you remember, Nick? You're the one who asked me to look this up yesterday. Oh, is that right? These numbers were in the memory of that phone Maggie found. So that's where they're from. You're awfully forgetful these days, Nick. I hope I never get to be a forgetful little prune like you. Maya, actually, Mr. Wright is...
Mr. Wright, recess is over. Please bring the defendant and return to the courtroom immediately.
Oh, oops, guess you have to get going. We can talk about you being old later, Nick. Oh, wish us luck. I guess I have all the pieces now, more or less. All that's left is to put it all together. I'm not going to lose this. I can't. Come on, Nick. Better get a move on. Yeah.
Court will now reconvene. Please call your next witness to the stand, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. But before I do, if I may say a few words.
Can I look at this more closely? Nope.
What is it, Mr. Payne?
It's about the next witness. He has a tendency to say things that rub people the wrong way, you see.
Why is Maya with us inside the courtroom? Because she's our assistant. She's our legal aid.
So I asked that the court might be a little lenient on.
There is no need to give a preface. Just hurry up and call your witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Hey, Furman.
A drifter who was taking a walk in the park on the day of the murder.
Oh, this boy.
Please state your name for the court, witness.
Before I do, I'd like to clarify a little something.
Huh? Alright, go ahead.
Just now you introduced my wonderful self to the court, correct? Perhaps as a drifter who was taking a walk?
Did I?
But I will not stand for that. Now you've tinted the court's eyes and colored me wrongly. Sure, I suppose calling me a university student is, but, you know, just settle for something in top good quality, merely looking for a perfect, top-notch, unbeatable, and I have a rigorous selection process, and you...
Yes, I understand. I'm very sorry. I will be more careful from now on.
What is he, a human chatterbox? I have to question him. Fashion, cars, women, glasses, and of course university first rates only need apply. Maya's back! Yep, we're in the second game and she's back! Glasses? But you aren't wearing glasses! That was speeding along automatically. I will not skip unless I've already read it.
That's enough. Your name, witness.
Oh, is that how you want to play this? Using your powers of influence to keep the young people down. I see how you work now. You old people and your dirty tricks. You thought you had me, but you thought wrong. He just doesn't stop talking. Correct.
I'm sorry, it won't happen again.
Oh, man. I forgive you. Alright, I suppose I can tell you my name. I'm Richard Wellington, the drifting virtuoso. With a PhD in drifting, as it were.
If you wanted to, you could call me university student in transit.
Mr. Wellington, on the day of the murder, you were strolling through the park, correct?
It would appear that you're attached to the word. If you must, then by all means. But I remind you that I am in no way a prepubescent boy out on a walk with mommy. If you must know,
Anyway, please testify to this court what you saw during your walk through the park.
Call him Dick Wellington. I should calm down, chill out.
See, you said it again. Taking a walk. You know you...
What you witnessed will do, Mr. Wellington.
Yes, I do get it. Calm down, chill out. I get it.
I was at the park all afternoon, deep in thought about my life situation. I don't remember the time all that well, but I do believe it was past 6 p.m. All of a sudden, a police officer falls from above right in front of my eyes. With that, I thought I looked up and there I met the eyes of a charming young lady. Of course, I remember her sweet face. It was that of the pretty defendant there. The only other thing I saw was the banana that fell with the police officer.
The banana, aka the glove.
That was certainly a decisive testimony.
Decisive? Nick, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
That's all you have to say? How can you be so calm?
It's strange. My mind is very calm and clear. Maybe it's because I believe in my client.
You mean Maggie?
Yeah, and if she really is innocent, then that can only mean one thing.
That guy's lying!
You may now question the witness, Mr. Wright.
I'll find out the truth no matter how well you craft your lies. The witness! Hey, Nano. Yeah, well, I'm tired, and sometimes I'm gonna mix up my letters. So, you were at the park all afternoon. You seem to have had a lot of free time.
That was very rude of you, but then again, what can I expect? That's what you get from a man who graduated from a no-name trashy university.
No-name trashy?
He's nearsighted and couldn't see the banana was a glove without his glasses.
That Price nabbed off of him sounds that way. Thanks, Nano. How you doing? I hope you're doing well.
Now, this might be hard for a mush-headed, feeble-minded baboon like you. I have to think very carefully about the future of our great country.
But I thought you said you were thinking about which college to go to just now.
Oh, please. Which university I go to will directly affect the very future of this country.
That arrogant little snot. How did you know what time it was? I see you're not wearing a watch, so...
Is that the best you can do? You think you can discredit me like that? You're just a third-rate biased fool. I guess I can't expect real smarts from you.
Ugh, his arrogance is really intolerable. So what should I do now? Press harder! Yeah, I assumed it was autocorrect. Answer the question. How did you know what time it was?
Tisk tisk. I can't believe I have to deal with a worm like you.
You're just a shallow man who can only slam on desks and point at people for fun.
I guess I don't have a choice. I'll try to explain it so that even a third-rate simpleton like you can understand. There's this little thing they call a clock at the park. Did you get that? Do you know what a clock is? It's a thing that tells you the time. As you can see, Mr. Wright, it's even in the picture of the crimes. Oh,
As you can see, Mr. Wright, it's even in this picture of the crime scene.
oh, so it is. I looked at that clock and that's how I knew the time. But if you ask me, this whole thing is utter nonsense and a real first-class person doesn't live by and what do you wear? Watch all this ridiculous. People should live freely without constraints. And yet again, another flood of meaningless words. I do not like this guy. Don't worry, none of us do. Talk about a first-class waste of time. In any case. And how did you know he was a police officer? You obviously have no idea how powerful my deductive reasoning skills are. With one glance, I could tell just what kind of occupation he held. That shoddy do-it-yourself hairstyle practically and offended in those cheap, low-grade quality shoes and he was wearing. Oh, and I suppose it was also because he was wearing an officer's uniform. Shouldn't that statement have come first? Wow, that's pretty impressive. Hey, Nick, do you think he's figured out what I do? Even I haven't figured that out yet. Are you sure you got a good look at her face? Animals have this thing called an eye, Mr. Wright. They use this eye to see things. In the case of humans, we have two of them. Yes, even you. I don't care if I have them or not. Did you or did you not get a clear look at her face? Eurotrash, but pretty Eurotrash. His cheekbones could cut glass, but his lips are beautifully drawn. Is this question everything until something sticks? I'm just pressing for more information now. I think I already know our contradiction. Because he said he saw a banana and that's clearly a baseball glove. And if he mistook that for a banana, then maybe he didn't get a clear look at her face. So, but I want to press him on everything first. Because we can.
That's what the witness was just about to get to. I would like to request that Mr. Wright not use such a loud voice during questioning.
Sustained. Mr. Wright, please refrain from raising your voice in this court.
Then please don't make me have to raise my voice. Are you finished? I'd like to continue if that's alright with you. Of course I remember her sweet face. It was the pretty defendant there. But do you though? So you're sure you're not mistaken? Please don't confuse your pitiful train wreck of a life with mine. I'm what you call a famous brand name product, while you're only a cheap imitation. There's no way someone as magnificent as myself could have made a mistake.
Of course, of course.
Of course.
Did you notice anything else of interest, witness?
The banana? Well, it was actually more than just one, more like a bunch of bananas. Now, what would a bunch of bananas be doing there? And why would I know such thing? I'm only telling you what I saw. That's really strange. Maggie never mentioned anything about a bunch of bananas. That's it, Nick. He's gotta be lying about the bananas! He could be, but there's no reason for him to lie about there being bananas at the crime scene. What if it's not a lie? Well, maybe he thought he was seeing one thing, it was something else. If he mistook something else for a bunch of bananas, then it would be an inaccuracy. Think, Phoenix, think! If my client is innocent, there's no way he could have seen what he says he did. Which means if we can somehow show he's lying... Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. Spoiled rich kids from Europe who don't understand how normal people live. She's right. She's got a sharp mind. But I just wish I could remember who she is. Is everything okay, Nick?
I hit the wrong button. Great. So now I have to skip through this again. Mr. Wellington, I believe I have the bananas you saw right here. Ah, so you knew about the bananas too. Why didn't you say so earlier? But don't think you can use this as a way to pull more information out of me. And that's where you'd be wrong.
Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
Isn't that the baseball glove?
Huh? What? Baseball glove? Doesn't it look delicious? Care for a bite? That's not... It's... No! Your Honor, I think this proves one very important fact. The witness knows nothing about baseball, loves bananas, has bad eyesight. By the way, just how bad are your eyes? But, why are you asking about this all of a sudden?
Your Honor, it is a very simple mistake. You know, to mistake a glove for a bunch of bananas.
No, I don't think so. Objection overruled.
Again! What the heck? You're one of those people. Yes, you know what I mean. You're like those people who refuse to accept Galileo. You're too used to your own worldview, and in the end you find out that it's in fact a glove, but if you from afar, don't think there's enough room for... And that's why I asked you how bad your eyesight is. They're both 2200. I suppose you're going to tell me that's terrible, right? That's pretty bad.
Why are you not wearing your glasses today, then?
That's because I lost them recently, you see. Of course, I was planning on getting a new pair made right away. And you know, my glasses are no ordinary glasses, so to replace them... How about when you witnessed the crime? Were you wearing your glasses then? How about it, witness? Lost them? Huh. You are an unrelenting evil man. Like those people who rejected Joan of Arc. She was brave and courageous, and while she didn't do anything wrong, but she was gruesomely burned at the stake, and... Which boils down to you were not wearing your glasses at that time. Lost them beneath the killer? I wonder. Therefore, the identity of the woman at the scene of the crime and that of the defendant cannot be proven to be the same by this witness.
But the height difference was only 9 feet. It was very possible for him to see the face of the culprit standing on the upper path.
I mean, here's the thing. I disagree. He has 2200 vision, which means... That means that at 20 feet away, he can see something only as clearly as someone would see if they were standing 200 feet away, right? My vision, I think... I don't remember what I don't think my vision's that bad, but if I weren't wearing my glasses, there's no way I would recognize the face of a complete stranger 9 feet away. No way. Pompous metrosexual would have been better. Yeah, I would agree with that, Allie. Or even just, you know, spoiled and tiled rich kid.
Witness, please be more accurate in your testimony. Remember, a person's life is at stake.
With his eyesight, it's like spotting a face from 90 feet away? Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Now then, please continue with your testimony.
Please tell the court what happened next in the moments after you witnessed the crime.
That girl on the upper path ran away as soon as she realized I was there.
After that, I immediately called the police station to report the crime. It must have been 6:45 p.m. when I made the call. They must have a lot of free time on their hands since they showed up within 10 minutes.
So the person who was on the upper path saw you and
I mean, he's wrong about the time.
and then ran away.
Wouldn't have been able to see the bananas. They just would have been a yellowish blur. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I think I would see bananas.
Yes, that is...
Oh, wrong voice for you. Yes, that is correct. Which is why even someone without a superior brain like mine can understand that. That girl is the murderer. Except he's wrong about the time. You question the witness now, Mr. Wright. I don't even think I need to press him. Mr. Wellington, would you please take a look at this?
You mean the victim's autopsy report?
According to this, the murder occurred at 6:28 p.m. So, what of it? You said that you called the police immediately after the murder took place. However, by the time you had called the police, it was already 6:45 p.m. There's clearly a 15-minute gap here. Do you deny it? Ugh! I think this court would like to hear what you were doing during the 15-minute gap. Ugh. The witness was in shock at the time of witnessing a terrible murder. It's only to be expected that he would be a little dazed. 15 minutes is hardly what I would call a little dazed. Ah!
Mr. Wellington.
Yes.
Explain yourself. What were you doing during those 15 minutes?
Answer the question. Telephone, I mean... Spit it out. I was searching for a phone booth. A phone booth?
You mean you don't have a cell phone?
You and your questions. As if you're trying to open up all the layers of a Matryoshka doll. Must think you're really something special. Witness. I lost my cell phone. There, are you happy? You lost it.
Unbelievable. You lose your glasses and your cell phone. You must be very scatterbrained when it comes to your belongings.
What? Are you saying that first-rate people never allowed to lose things? Haven't you ever heard of geniuses who are strange and by that rational? I don't think it's the simple, plain people like...
Enough!
Oh man, oh man. Wait, hold on a second. He lost his cell phone? Nick! That cell phone! Could it be... You mean this phone that Maggie found? There's no way! Oh no. I'm worried. Okay, so... He says he found a cell phone. But he also... Because at the very beginning of this case, this guy hit us on the head. And took something from us. Maybe. We're gonna question him further. Mr. Wellington, where's your cell phone right now? What are you getting all excited about? You seem to be a little confused. I found my phone, I'll have you know. See, here it is. It looks remarkably similar to our own. Oh, I see. Looks like he's got his phone. And I thought that just maybe this was his.
Well then, I think we've cleared this issue up. At the time of the murder, the witness did not have his cell phone because he had lost it.
Maybe he tried to take his phone and mistook yours for his own? I'm wondering...
Therefore, the delay in his call was caused by his search for a phone booth.
Well, that's the gist of it. I guess you could put it that way and leave it at that.
You have any further questions, Mr. Wright?
There is something. Your Honor, the witness's testimony doesn't make any sense. I don't believe that there was ever a need for the witness to search for a phone.
How dare you? You can't just make outrageous claims like that. You do not have some sort of proof, don't you?
Well, yeah, of course. This evidence should be good enough, I think?
Alright, let's have this proof then. Please present proof that the witness had no need to search for a public phone booth.
Yeah, there's one literally right there. It's quite simple, actually. Please take a look at this photograph.
At the crime scene photo.
Is there a problem with it?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the picture. But if you don't understand my logic after looking at it, something's wrong with you. No!
It's a phone booth.
That is correct. All the defendant had to do was walk 3 steps. Mr. Wellington, why did you not use the phone that was right in front of you? Oh!
Order! Order!
What is reporting the crime a little late proof for the defense?
The judge saw it without needing it pointed out to him. I know! What the heck? Is the witness now a defendant? Welcome to Ace Attorney Games, where you not only have to prove your client innocent, but you have to catch the guilty party in the process, otherwise you lose. The witness can't explain what he was doing for those 15 minutes. That is reason enough to throw suspicion on his testimony.
Yes, this is very true. What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Then I bet this phone really is his, Nick. He must have killed Dustin to get his phone back. But Maggie said that she was going to return it to him. So there was no reason for him to kill for it. And on top of that, we still have the phone she found anyway. But if he wasn't looking for his cell phone, maybe he was looking for something else? Was he? Is that unusual what happened just now? The unusual thing is that the judge is being kind of competent. It feels really weird. He's normally, like, he doesn't pick up on things and normally just kind of agrees with the prosecution. At least that was the case for, like, the previous game. I don't know.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess we do have more of a reputation in this game, so maybe we've actually earned some of his respect.
Do you have any thoughts you would like to share with the court? Can you offer an explanation as to what the witness was doing during those 15 minutes?
Yeah, I have an idea. There's only one possible explanation.
Alright, let's hear your explanation. However, be forewarned that if your explanation is not persuasive, you will be penalized. Think carefully before you present, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. I probably shouldn't have said there was only one possibility.
Please present to the court the one piece of evidence that will answer the following.
Let's save it here, then. I know what I'm going to put, but still.
Why didn't the witness call the police right away?
It's, this one. Unexpected competence, yes. Yep. Perhaps this is the evidence you need to be convinced. Perhaps. Is this not what I wanted? Hey, he was making him write Maggie! We might not have anything then.
was just an idea I thought I'd throw out.
I suggest that perhaps you should find a better piece of evidence.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Well then.
But before you do, you will be penalized.
Ouch. Okay, we're stuck in this loop, so that means that there's gotta be something. So let's see. We've got the list of con artists. We know it's not this. Cause he was looking for his glasses and he couldn't find them. Mr. Wellington. What? Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack. These are your glasses, aren't they? Ah, where did you find? Oh! I believe the court all heard what you just confessed to. That these glasses are in fact yours. I'll tell you where they were found, Mr. Wellington. These glasses were found under the victim's body. Under the victim's body!
Order! Order!
No, wait a second, hold on. I didn't confess or confirm anything. Your Honor, I think the answer is quite clear here. As he fell, Dustin Prince grabbed the culprit's glasses. The culprit knew that he had to find his glasses and searched frantically for them. What he didn't realize is that they were under the victim's body. And that is why it took him 15 minutes to make that call.
Mr. Wright, are you indicting the witness as the real murderer?
Of course, that is precisely what I'm doing. I mean, is this your first time on a case with me, Judge? Whoa! I know I'm right. He's the real murderer. Did you figure it out, Nick? More or less. Turns out this cell phone was the key to this case after all. Anyway, now's our chance to deep six this guy. I'll sink him in one shot. Yeah! This is so exciting, watching you work again. Somehow my old self is coming back to me. It's time to sink or swim. Everything rests on the edge of a knife. This is the moment I've been waiting for.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, the defense is making a mockery of this court. Without any solid ground to stand on, he accuses the witness of being the murderer.
Yeah, that's right. I'm no criminal. This third-rate fraud of a lawyer. In that case, why don't we look at it from a different perspective? Let's hear your explanation as to why you are not the murderer. Why, that's easy. For example, there's the name the victim wrote. What about that? Oh, you mean the name Maggie? Yeah, even an idiot like you can read that, right? But we already know this was not written by the victim himself. After all, the defendant's name is Maggie with an EY, and the victim was left-handed.
In other words, in order to make the defendant look guilty, the real criminal used the victim's right hand to write the name on the ground.
But! Wouldn't that mean the real criminal was someone the defendant knew? Otherwise, how else would the person know her name was Maggie? Or Maggie with a Y?
That's a good point. The witness didn't even know of Miss Bird before this trial.
Ah, I forgot. Is there any way this creep could have known Maggie's name? Yeah, there is a way. It would be best if I could prove that the witness had a chance to learn. The defendant's name is Maggie with a Y.
Now, will the defense please present its case? How could the witness have known the defendant's name?
Mr. Wellington,
You didn't have your cell phone with you on the day of the murder, correct? So what if I didn't? When you realized you had lost it, what did you do? What did I do? Didn't you try to find it by calling it? Why, how did you?
Your Honor, these questions have nothing to do with...
Oh, wrong voice.
Overruled. Mr. Wright, where are you going with this line of questioning?
Look at him overruling this! Oh my gosh. This is the best judge. We better not be dreaming. I want to keep this judge forever.
You think there's some relation between the witness's cell phone and the murderer?
I do, Your Honor. On the day of the murder, Maggie Bird picked up a lost phone in the park. And she also received a phone call from the owner of the phone. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give it back. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. That was when you learned her name was Maggie. But you made one fatal mistake.
Fatal mistake?
My client's name is Maggie with a Y, but the name that was written on the ground was Maggie with an IE. This is a mistake that could have only occurred if you knew how her name sounded.
Order! Order!
But, Your Honor, the witness has no motive.
And your point is?
It's very simple, Your Honor. A person usually would not have killed someone without a reason. Mr. Wellington had no reason to kill anyone.
That is absolutely correct. I have no motive.
Mr. Wright?
Your Honor.
Can you explain what motive this witness could have had? Maybe.
It's very simple, Your Honor. Are you sure, Nick? If I said I can't offer an explanation, then the trial's over, right? Yeah, but...
Now then, please present to the court proof that this witness had a motive.
The only motive I can think of is the list of con artists, right? But you made one mistake, not knowing Maggie's parents are weirdos that would name their kid Jason or whatever. You're not wrong. Mr. Wellington's motive is right here.
What is this, a list?
These phone numbers were pulled from the memory of the phone the defendant found. And we have determined that the people on this list are members of a certain group. You looked up all those numbers. Of course. This list of phone numbers was stored in the cell phone's memory. The names and numbers belong to people who are members of certain con artist groups.
What? Con artists?
Can you explain why these numbers were on your phone, Mr. Wellington? This is an outrage, an invasion of privacy. Looking up the phone numbers on a person's phone is a worse crime than murder. You're one of those people. You're just like the cops who raided the brilliant artist that disrupted a genius at work and... I don't care, Mr. Wellington. All I want is for you to tell us what this list is about. You think any of you know what it's like to be a refined man such as me?
Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness.
Objection overruled.
Best judge.
Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Why would the witness have these numbers of a group of con artists on his phone?
Isn't that obvious? The witness is a con artist. Mr. Wellington is a member of this very group. No! All of your friends' phone numbers are stored right here on this phone. If anyone were to look at these phone numbers, it would be all over for you.
That's why you had to kill? No! This is too much!
That does make quite a bit of sense. Well, Mr. Wellington, would you care to explain?
I got you now. That police officer.
Your Honor!
What is it, Mr. Payne?
Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness!
You said the exact same thing only a few seconds ago.
But please, let's think about the contents of that phone call.
Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm so glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back.
The defendant had already promised that she would return the phone. After that, all Mr. Wellington had to do was meet Miss Bird to get his phone back. Why then would he need to kill anyone?
That is a valid point. What does the defense think about this?
If you think about it logically, then it makes sense. Then maybe we should be thinking outside the box. Yeah, if you think like that, let's see. Maybe that slime ball, something at the crime scene that made him commit murder?
Your thoughts, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's drink a little water and then offer some thoughts. I don't think Mr. Wellington went to pick up his phone in a very friendly manner.
But he was promised his phone, so why would he have been unfriendly to the defendant?
I think he must have seen something that didn't agree with him when he got there. A police officer! He panicked!
Well then, Mr. Wright, what was this something that didn't agree with the witness?
What Mr. Wellington saw was the victim.
The victim? You mean Dustin Prince?
Dustin Prince had gone on a date right after his shift was over. With no time to change, he went to the park still wearing his police uniform.
Oh!
The girl that picked up my phone is with a policeman. He couldn't have known they were going out, so he began to worry. He was afraid the policeman would ask a few questions before returning the phone. If I do anything suspicious, he might run a check on my phone. In his mind, it was possible that they had already run a check on his phone.
And he went into panic, is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Officer Prince was murdered simply because he was in uniform.
Mr. Payne, do you have any comments?
I'm thinking.
It seems the truth has come out at last. The witness, Mr. Wellington, you are...
Impressive. Not bad for a person with a third-rate education. What's that supposed to mean? The evidence! Evidence! That guy is really creeping me out. All you've been waving around and talking about is that suspicious cell phone. Suspicious phone number this. Suspicious con group that. They're all on that phone. Oh, who's to say that phone's really mine? Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? You want proof that this phone is yours? I already told you earlier. That phone I lost. I've already found it. You don't have even the slightest idea who that phone in your hand belongs to. But you can be sure it isn't mine, you simpleton. What? It feels good to see you squirm.
We do seem to have a problem on our hands with this phone. Whose phone is it? Without knowing that, it's meaningless as evidence.
Your Honor, this is bad. I can't let him turn the tables on me like this. This cell phone. There has to be something I've overlooked. Phone stored numbers. Let's try that. This phone has the names and numbers of those in the con group in its memory. I can show them to you, Your Honor. I don't believe this. What are you talking about? What are we trying to determine is who that phone belongs to. Who cares about what phone numbers are stored on it? Besides, who knows? Maybe you went and added some of those numbers in yourself.
The witness is quite right. I'm afraid I'll have to reject the defense's proposal.
Jerk is back to his arrogant, annoying self again. Alright, let's try fingerprints? I've got it! We should check it for fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
Do you not know what fingerprints are now? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wellington must have left some prints on this phone. Nick, don't you remember? When you got that from Maggie, you wiped it off. Why would I do that? I what? You said there was sand all over it, so... Wiped it... I wiped it... Pretty thoroughly, too. It's oh so much fun watching third-rate trash babble like morons amongst themselves. He's made a complete recovery. How many times do I have to say this? My phone is right here, you see? Oh, and incidentally, you can't check the numbers stored on this phone. It must have glitched because all the numbers just magically disappeared. You gotta be joking. He erased all the numbers I was gonna use as evidence? Mr. Wellington. What's this? By the tone of your voice, it sounds like you still have some fight left in you. Where did you finally find your cell phone? Oh, you're too much. Of course, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh my god! Now I remember! So he was doing that to locate his phone, and then he followed the ringtone so he could smack us with a fire extinguisher. Huh, looks like they hung up. Ah, good. I finally found it. So that's when. What's wrong, Mr. Attorney? The harsh glare in your eyes. Nick, we've worked so hard to get this far, but if you don't do something quick, he's gonna get off the hook scot-free! I know this phone has to be his. How am I supposed to prove something like that? Love that shot of Phoenix chilling on the couch. It's pretty good.
Mr. Wright, if you cannot prove who the owner of that cell phone is, your indictment has no basis and therefore no power. It looks like you came up a penny short.
Where did I go wrong? Don't blame yourself. You're merely a third-rate lawyer. You only made one big mistake. Who are you? What are you? That's something you haven't figured out for yourself yet. Have it called, what's his phone number? Or, alternatively, we call our own phone number. I knew that that was gonna happen in this case because we have that as evidence. We have our own business card with our cell phone number we wrote on the back. So we don't need to prove that the phone we have in our possession is his phone. We need to prove that the phone that he has in his possession is our phone. Who am I?
The court hereby concludes the cross-examination. Object! Object!
If that will be all, I have to bid you gentlemen and ladies goodbye. I have a reservation at that ultra-fancy restaurant on the upper side of town.
Thank you for your assistance. You've had a stressful day, so please, bon appetit.
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just let it go at that? Object! Please wait, Your Honor.
All right, Nick.
I think I may be able to prove it.
Prove it? Prove what, Mr. Wright?
Everything.
Your Honor, the cross-examination has already ended. Besides, the defense is just gonna badger the witness with more inane questions.
You will not harass the witness, is that clear, Mr. Wright?
Did you hear that? No harassment allowed, Mr. Attorney. Please, Your Honor.
Very well, but this is your last chance, Mr. Wright. You may present one piece of evidence to the court.
I only get one shot at this.
If you cannot prove everything, it's over for your client and for you. You fully understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure you're well aware, Your Honor, but the cross-examination period has ended.
Were you paying attention, Mr. Payne? I said that Mr. Wright could present only one more piece of evidence.
Uh-oh.
Now then, Mr. Wright, this is your last chance.
It all comes down to this. It's go time!
Please present the one piece of evidence that will explain everything. Why, thank you. How nice. Here, please have one of mine.
Judge's business card is added.
Wait, what am I doing? This isn't the time to be exchanging business cards.
Your Honor, there's something very important about that card, and that is the back of the card. This card is important because of what's on the back. You wrote your cell phone number on the back, but that's exactly it. Can you please call this number from your cell phone? Huh? Right now? But court is still in session. It's okay. You'll see. Okay, if you say so.
Is the defense preparing something, Mr. Wright?
We're gonna call my cell phone now. And then the court will see everything for what it is. Of all the idiotic, stupid things to... Ah! What? Why is my phone? And what's with this stupid sounding steel samurai ringtone? Mr. Wellington. How strange. I could almost swear that you're holding my phone. Yo. Ah! No, it can't! By the way, before I forget, thank you very much for the lump on my head this morning. I don't think I need to explain any further, except to say... When you went to retrieve your cell phone, you mistakenly took the wrong one. Ugh. Ah! I'm not going to keep screaming. He is, I'm not going to. Oh my gosh, it's so perfect for him to faint there, too.
No, that is what happened. You were knocked out by Mr. Wellington.
He is a man who lives on his pride and self-image alone, and in order to hide his involvement with the con artist group, he has become paranoid and lost all ability to make rational judgments. He just strangled himself to death? I think he's just passed out.
And then Mr. Wright, the phone you're holding.
It's Mr. Wellington's, naturally.
Speaking of that man, how is he, Mr. Payne?
Well, he was arrested and he's been taken away, Your Honor.
Very well. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird,
Not guilty.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
It was nice to have a really fast trial after that marathon of the last one. Hey, May May. I knew that the real you would shine through eventually. I'm so moved by what you've done for me, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I feel really bad for Dustin. He didn't do anything to deserve this. It's probably because of me. Huh? My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Your whole life? It can't be that bad, can it? Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods. Just as a reference, I'm not sure about her name, but I know that 9 is an is it both 6 and 9? I know 9 for sure is an unlucky number in Japan. And 6 might be one as well. Hold on, I need to look up her name in Japanese because I think that also might be a reference to bad luck. Oh, from magpie, a bird that brings bad luck. Yeah, so I'm sure that her name in the Japanese version is also similar. 4 is an unlucky number? I thought 6 and 9 were too. I'm trying to look at the fandom page for her. Maybe I'm wrong. But I knew that there was something about her and bad luck. Because they always do puns and names. 4 is unlucky because it sounds like death. Ah, okay. Lucia spoilers. Okay. It's not a huge deal. If you want to look it up, you can. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods. Failed at almost every test I've ever taken. Experienced almost every kind of disaster. And never won or even tied at a game of tic-tac-toe. My life has really been nothing but a string of disasters. That is, pretty bad. Up until I went to college, I was known as the Goddess of Misfortune. And then at the academy, everyone called me Lady Luckless. Lady Luckless? What's worse is that my misfortune always seems to latch onto those around me. What do you mean? When I see someone in trouble, I always try to help. Ah, that's right, you were talking about this earlier. It happened again recently too, sir. There was an old lady pacing back and forth by the pedestrian crosswalk. I gave her my hand and, before I knew it, we were having dinner at my house. Oh. I'm sure that Dustin's gone because of me. Wait, is inviting a lady over for dinner bad? That's not true. That glove didn't even have any sort of special meaning. It was just a present to say thanks for covering one of my night shifts. Oh, I see. Everything's all my fault. Dustin's death, your head being all messed up. Well, I don't think my head is messed up yet. Continues to lose, referring to her bad luck. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna find a new life for myself starting now. The next time we meet, I'm sure I'll have found a whole ocean's worth of good luck by then, sir. Yeah, after all, the Goddess of Misfortune is only a name. You bet, I'm gonna make it, I promise. Next time we meet, I'll only be an unlucky person instead of a goddess. Yeah, that's the spirit. Well, Mr. Wright, Maya, I should get going. Okay, good luck to you. Thanks. You take care of yourselves too.
What a horrible day. I got my memory back, but things are still a little fuzzy.
But you're okay, and that's what counts. You really had me worried. Come on, let's go back to the office.
I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So, this might sound bad, but, who are you?
What? I thought you said you had your memory back.
At that moment, everything really did come back to me. Detective Gumshoe? He's someone I've had clashes with in the past during certain cases, but he's also been a good ally during others. The judge. He's a lovable, kind old man who's easily swayed by other people's opinions, but in the end, he always comes up with the right verdict. 9 is bad because it sounds like suffering in Japanese. Okay. Yeah, thanks for looking that up, Olsen. Focusing on achievable goals. Good on you, Maggie. This person, I haven't got a clue. He seems to know me, but maybe he's mistaking me for someone else? And this girl, Maya.
You finally remembered.
This is my Faye, my assistant. That's right, I have so many unforgettable memories about her. You say that as if you didn't forget them. Okay. Why'd they name all their numbers Bath of Bad Things? Don't know. For example,
Earth Nick, what's wrong? You keep staring at me. Don't tell me you've missed me.
Well, yeah, I suppose I have. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages.
Oh? Well, I'm back now, so it's time for us to create new memories together.
Alright, sounds good. All the phone numbers on my phone were erased by Mr. Wellington. I guess I have to start over from the very beginning.
Come on, Nick. Let's go to our usual burger joint.
Okay. Actually, it hasn't even been that long since you came back into my life. And that story began on one rainy afternoon 2 months ago. Nice! I'm glad that we finished that on time. Oh my gosh, who is she? She's so cute! We'll do that next time. Actually, can I just exit from here? I think if I backspace, it's gonna like try to load in. Yeah. No, nope. We're gonna close out of this. We're not doing this right now. Get out. You get to meet Pearls next time. Not today. Next week. Alright, let's get some tunes going. 7, 17, 8, and 10 are lucky numbers in Japan, and 9 is either a lucky or unlucky number depending on which spelling you use. Fair enough. I opened up the wrong thing. Let me close out of this. There we go. Alrighty. So that's going to do it for the stream today. Thank you all so much for hanging out. We're going to roll credits and say goodnight. Hey, the Keel. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging. Thank you, Mr. Uppercase T. Special thanks to my mod team. Drummer Boy, thank you for being on the mod team. Starrybot, thanks for being my bot. Ooh, that's rough, Olsen. We got some new followers today, including Disintegration, Nestor, Rux. Thank you for following. And then thank you so much to Ali for the resub, and Mundaruckus for, well, actually, I think Bunny Fiend for giving a multi-month gift sub to Mundaruckus. You too, Furman. It's been really nice having you back.
And speaking of being back, I am planning on streaming tomorrow. I'm planning on doing an art stream. I will say, if I don't sleep again very well tonight, that might be a bit up in the air. I'll let you know in Discord for sure what's going on. But I do need more sleep. So hopefully I can sleep tonight. If not, I'll let you know what's going on. We might do just a shorter stream, or we might just take a personal day. We'll see. Just lurking? You never have to apologize for lurking. This is a very lurker friendly stream. 13 is also unlucky, but it's not as commonly as 4 or 9 because it's imported. Fair enough. So yeah, if we feel up to it, we'll do an art stream on Wednesday. Thursday is exciting because we're gonna be playing more of the We Were Here games with Jelly. We had just finished Broken Age last week, and I was like, Jelly, we should play more of these games. So we arranged to do that on Thursday. So we're gonna be solving escape room puzzles together, and I'm really looking forward to it. We might be ending that stream a little bit early though, just because I don't want to keep Jelly up too late. But that should be from 1:30 until maybe around 7. And then on Friday, because of reasons, I've had to push back our D&D thing over on Snow's channel, so we won't be doing that this Friday. But we will be streaming from 4:30 until 9. Have a good night, GGF. I haven't decided what we're going to stream yet, but I have an idea. I kind of want to leave it a surprise. But I've come across another detective game that I kind of want to share with you all, so we'll probably be doing that on Friday. Yeah, we played the first one on my birthday and I absolutely loved it, so I would love to play the others as well. So I'm looking forward to it. This week is going to be a week of very fun games, I think. So I'm excited. Then I'm going to be off the weekend and Monday, but we'll be back on Tuesday for more Ace Attorney. And we get to meet that cute little spirit medium in training. She's so tiny and cute. I can't wait. I'm gonna have to come up with a cute little girl voice for her. Anyway, that's gonna be it for us. Let's drop some links. If you're new here, join the Discord. It's a great place to hang out when I'm not streaming. Best place for stream news. I sometimes do polls and stuff for what we will stream next. And I also post updates there if we change our schedule or whatevs. So join the Discord. You can also follow me on Twitter at twitter.com/Staney. I should add that to my links. If you want to check out my art, I have a Patreon and a store. And then last but not least, I'm a Humble partner. So if you're looking for another way to support the stream, use that affiliate link whenever you're shopping in the Humble store. Combs make for horrible gifts in Japan because combs are pronounced as painful death in Japan. Oh, geez. There's something kind of similar. I guess not really similar. I know that in France, you're never supposed to give carnations as a gift because they use carnations exclusively for funerals. So it's kind of like along those lines. Anyway, let's look for somebody to raid. Who's doing the stream things? Y'all want to hang out with Chance while she does some Stardew? I'm thinking we'll raid Chancelin. So, if you'd like to hang out for some chill Stardew after all of our objections, hang out for the raid. Otherwise, have a great night. Either way, thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Have a great night, and I'll see y'all again pretty soon.